Welcome, welcome, welcome to Amberskies. And yes, world building, huh? Things that we dream of. The things that we dream of. How does that look? Yeah, it looks big enough. 50 meters square of world. Okay. Sounds working. That's good news. Yeah, that's quite a lot of yeah. Quite happily disappears off into the fog. No break on the line of sight. Nice, nice, nice. I'm rather happy with that. The effect so far has proved worthwhile. None of this rendering cut-off thingy going on. You'll find that example in RPG Dev. The code is up on the network now on the GitHub. You following along or using the GitHub code? That's the wrong mouse. Okay. So, World Builder. Let's get on with that. What does this do? The reason why I have two alterations is because the resources I've added our first default mesh. Our plain mesh 50 by 50. So that's our first default mesh. I haven't added it to anything yet because that's what I want to show today. How we're going to work our world builder. It has to start from somewhere, so there will be a default. And I don't like the microphone in that position. It seems a bit far away, but let's try that. That's better. Good. I can talk a bit quieter now and relax. So, world builder, what do you do? Anything? Well, you compile. Oh, right. That's what you do. Yeah, it's working. Background's the wrong colour. Yeah. Fine. Note about Blender? Yes. Oh, I was going to make a test plane, wasn't I? So, how did I do it? It was in materials. There you go. What you do is you click on here and you make it into something better. Like in this case, a terrain PNG. There you go. So all I did was click in there and load up the terrain PNG. And if you click on that button there, you get to see it. Okay, so that's all it is our terrain PNG stretched across the whole goddamn thing. Fair enough. I'm not really that bothered. I was going to try and do some stuff with this, but at the moment, not overly bothered. Right. So this is where we're up to. We now have to decide how to make a world builder. Need a 50 by 50 ground plane model. We've got that. We don't have the test model. Okay, we have to be able to see the defaults. So it looks like we are in here. Yes, we are. This could take a lot of programming or not a lot of programming, depending on how I view it. I think it's time to expand upon this GL enable GL depth test. No, because we haven't developed it that way. I've got to stay within my development. If I go outside of the development, it'll be confusing. So only use what you've done in your development RPG dev. That's what it's for. It's there to test things. So, paint gel's going to be easy. I want to store models. Do I want to do everything in this object, or do I want to split this off? I like to keep the OpenGL layer as clean as possible, so I'm going to split it off. Yes, I am going to split it off. That's fine. What should we call it? New item. Header file. And for once, I'm actually going to do a model warehouse. Wow. So this is going to be our model warehouse. It's still OpenGL. Okay. Yeah, we can add that. When you want to, I don't understand why it's going so slow. Maybe it's Visual Studio, so what do you expect, I suppose. Yeah, I will have a CPP file, please, because it is a bigger class. Model warehouse. Yep. There we go. I'll copy you in. And here. What are we using? Namespaces? None. This is a final product. Okay. I mean, this is a user product, not a library. No namespaces to worry about. I'm happy. Yeah, I think let's start from there. Now, I've got no idea what we're going to need in this model warehouse. I've never written this one before, so this is new. You're going to see me develop a model warehouse. What it's going to do is it's going to have control over the loading and saving of resource files governing, in this case, our default directory. here using whatever models we have in here, or we transfer to here. I'm only putting the plane mesh in here because this is the only one I'm interested in right now. This is going to be our test piece for now, until I can replace it with a test mesh. Yeah, okay. I might try and design that a bit later, but is that something you want to see me stream? Do you want to see me? Do you want to see me struggle with Blender? It's going to make it a lot harder if I have to stream Blender. I mean, where you get your models from doesn't matter as long as they're OBJs and you throw them through the model converter. Oh, and on the model converter, I had to switch off the rendering because we broke the rendering. Well, the compiler broke the rendering. Well, Visual Studio 2019 broke the rendering. Microsoft broke the rendering. Thanks, Microsoft. Could you have a look at your compiler and make it work properly, please? And that's the problem with C++. The language is okay. How people use the language is not okay. And how compilers compile the language is not okay. They, well, fail. I mean, if you want to see the error that I'm getting, it's saying that it can't do it. It can't do an OpenGL call. Well, of course it can. We've already proved it can. So I just took the what was it, GL draw elements call out of the program, and it works perfectly. Stupid. The only other thing that I made different was in Amber 3D API shaders. When you call the shader, you now also tell it which shader. So it takes in a shader name. Instead of just having whatever one we're using at that time, we now have control over which shader we can load up. So of course we're using the Fong shader in our RPG dev. It goes on source platform. Why is that common.h not in? Stupid. Oh no, it doesn't matter for H files. Where did it go? Come back. So in here, when we make our shaders, which we don't make in here. What? But we made our shaders in here. We didn't. Okay. Yeah. All I've done is put Fong texture and Fong color inside of that. So it loads up the right shader. Okay, let's get back to the model warehouse after that little detour of what I've changed. Did that on purpose because the model converter didn't use that one, but we may have to rewrite it so it does. That's all I'm trying to say. So this is what we've got to work with. We have a default map text. Actually, I'll put it in here. We have resources / Amber models / default And we have the following files. And the files are default map.txt. I'll do. Default models.txt. Makes more sense when I do it this way. And we have our plain mesh 50 by 50. A and B, which has been converted. Okay. That's information that we've got. I think that's enough information to start with. So resources done. Keep that open. And we can start from here. Interesting. Class. Model warehouse. No, it's just a straight class. Nothing funny going on here. It still puts it back to there. So, model warehouse. It will have to take in a few things, but hey ho. We'll get to that as we get to it, I suppose. And it will need a destructor. Because this is going to be in this is going to be in control of all our models and our shaders. Warehouse. Yeah. So we'll have those two, please, Bob. We'll try and keep that empty if we can. And we're going to fill this full of goodies. Can. Come, it's playing silly buggers with me. Come here. New game I found in here. So that's just that. What we're going to need. Well, we're going to need functions. We're going to need two separate functions, are we? No, we can just use an initializer. So initialize model warehouse. That could take in the shader name. No, it can't, because we might change shaders for each model. Okay. Maybe we should have our models tell us what shader to use. I think we're a long way off that stage. we haven't even got the model converter to... It is a console, so what I'm going to be doing is taking the window off that. Now I know it works. And just using it as a console application, so that I can put the exe for that in the top layer of here and just run it for any OBJs we have. We don't have any. What does it use? It uses that file there. So really I could just copy the exe over and use it directly from here. So I'll put the OBJ files in. Yeah, whatever. So let's develop this a little bit. We'll stop at initialize. How did we do it? This is why I have RPG dev. Initialize and go. I don't like that. I want to put my renderer in here. Model warehouse. Actually, do I want to put my renderer in here? For now, yeah. Yeah. I'll just put that for now. That might get taken out to something else. I will have code. Notice I always put void and I don't think about it. Return values for me are usually added later. And sometimes it can be structs, so I don't know. I don't know, because I haven't even put structs in here yet. Alright. Okay. Let's see what that entails first. So I've already got four functions. We have constructor, destructor, initialize and render. I think for the model warehouse that's a good start. Now because I've got render there, do I need OpenGL? Yes, I do. How is it passed? It is passed when we make the renderer. Here. So I will need that at start. So let's do that first. Bada boom, boom, boom. So I'll put an M under it. Semicolon. Oh, stop bloody moving thing. Hash include. Alright, that should do that. Yes, we can do that. So that is our first step. We now have OpenGL. And that will be m_gl equals gl. Right, so we've got OpenGL now. So we know we're going to need a renderer. That's easy enough. I think we can do that. Where is it? It's in Amber 3D. Yep. It will be OpenGL. And we just want the batch renderer. We don't care about the rest of that. So let's have one of those. So that is Amber 3D : OpenGL : batch renderer m_batch render. Yeah, make it a pointer. I find it easier to work with pointers. Okay, what do we need to make this work? Dunno. Can't. So it's going to be a new batch renderer. New Amber 3D OpenGL batch render. Open brackets. We need color shader, texture shader, and GL. So color shader, comma, texture shader, comma, GL. Okay. So we need color shader and texture shader. Let's take up the baton with those next. I'll put an M in front of those. I'll make them member variables, because I'm going to put them here. So before that, we are going to hash include. This is how easy it is to program using C++. All you're doing is following really whatever it's telling you to do. Amber 3D slash. Yeah, it's API shaders. I'll do color shader first. And hash include. You don't have to put them in any certain order, it's just I put everything in the same order that I'm going to use them. I do that so I know where to find them. It's like everything else with me, I forget otherwise. And I find things difficult otherwise. So it's just to help me really. So before we do that, we need two things. I'm going to split these off as well. Amber 3D. And this is going to be the API. We'll do the color shader. Star M underscore color shader. And Amber 3D. Hey, didn't do something right there. Yes, I did. It was just delayed. A little bit of delay there. Remember, this is not, I'm not looking at a TV screen, I am looking at Streamlabs OBS. So if there's any delays, usually it's just Streamlabs. And this is going to be texture. Shader. Alright, so we can now define those two. So that's that done. Comma. M underscore color shader equals a new Amber 3D. Color shader, open brackets, shader name. I'm going to use Fong. And the other one, you can see how it just makes sense to do it this way. And how much easier it is to do it this way. Write your own language, that's what I always say. Yeah, some people say this, all this Amber 3D colon stuff is, you know, quite a lot of typing. But it tells me where everything is. It tells me to look in Amber 3D API folder to find it. That's what it's really for. Fong, and that's texture. There we go, there's our shaders done. There's our renderer done. Now we need to store models. Okay. Because it's a model warehouse. Right. We need 2 model lists. At least 2 model lists. Okay. Hash include, what we're going to need? We're going to need vectors, so we'll have to, vector. Yeah. And here, we've done the rendering. So let's do the models now. Include Amber 3D /. I'm guessing it's entities. Yeah. There's color entity and hash include Amber 3D. I've done it again. / entities, and we'll have texture entities. Wow. So after this, we are going to make a tour of vectors. So it's Q, vector, angle bracket, Amber 3D, entities. First one I'll do is the color entity. Star M underscore color entities. It's plural because there's going to be more than one. And you can guess what's coming up now. Q vector angle brackets Amber 3D entities and texture entity star m underscore texture entities. There we go. Sorted. I'm just wondering whether we should initialize that or not. No, we don't need to initialize it. It is not a pointer. Those are not pointers. So we're okay. That's actually a variable. It just holds an address, but it is not a pointer. Weird, but true. Alright, so now we've got that, we can fill it. We need to fill the color entities and the texture entities. The entity tells us what it is. That's nice. Yeah. I'm thinking, therefore I'm overthinking it. Stuff that. Void. Load. Files. The files are standardized and will tell us what to do. So we're going to hand over control to external files for this part, which means we can alter the external files. I did have to, after making my textured model, I did have to alter the MTL file because I didn't know something, that when I loaded up the texture, I had it in a subdirectory. The texture was in a subdirectory and it recorded it as being in a subdirectory. So I did it wrong. I suppose we'll get to that. I don't know. As long as your MTL file reads correctly, then it'll convert correctly. Otherwise it'll fail and it won't record the texture properly. The MTL file, I'll show you what happened. It will be on here and it'll be in OneDrive. Graphics, Blender. Right, so the plain mesh MTL file, what happened was I've got my textures in that directory. So to convert it, I had to take off, oh well, I just deleted that bit. What it means is your textures really have to be in the same directory. Having a textures directory is probably a bad idea. So I did that. What that means is all of these textures here cut should have been here. Paste. And there shouldn't be a textures directory, so I'm just going to have on the OneDrive a load of crap. As long as it's not on my computer, I don't care. Let's use Microsoft for the crap, shall we? Oh, I enjoy things like that. But you can see the problems you can cause yourself by not understanding how things work, like Blender. But I'm learning Blender as we go. Yes. So we know how to open a text file. I'm sure we know how to open a text file. Do we not have a text file opener at this stage, or are we just opening text files in code as we go? Oh, we haven't got this far, have we? No, we haven't got this far. Interesting. We haven't got to Amber_SL. I don't want to do Amber_SL until we start the game. So I'm not going to do it here. I'll just steal whatever we did for shaders. What do we do for shaders? Actually, no. I'll steal something else. A better one. That one. It's in main. And everything's in main. So this has got most of the stuff I want in. Right, so opening a file. So it's just QFile. So that's what we will be using. We shall use the Q file. I use a stream as well, don't I? So I'll include it anyway. I know I don't need to, but text stream, yeah. Alrighty. File path doesn't equal file path. What file shall we open? I think we should open the models one first of all, which is going to be default models.txt. Doesn't have to be .txt. We could call it mods or something if you want. MDL. Who cares? It's a text file, so it doesn't really matter. Yes, we are allowed to do that, so that's okay. What we're going to have in default models.txt, we're just going to have a list of models. Literally. So it's going to be resources. Yeah. I'll add that as well, so that I know that I'm using it. It's a bit, bit of a standard file. QS. Save it as that, please. Qstring file path. And that is going to be the file path. Forward slashes or backslashes, who cares? Right, next. So it's file path plus okay. Alright, we're not allowed to do that there. Oh, yes we are. Semicolon helps. Right, fine. Make it more clearer. Right. All we need then is it a do while or a while do? Good question. Do while or while do? I think I use do whiles. Yes, we do. Do while. Line. Okay. Wish this text editor would work properly. So, do. While. Line is null. Is line a stream? It's a Qstring, okay. That goes here. Line. That's it. That's all I need. Right, okay. We're happy with that. File in. Got a Boolean check here. And then we've got the stream. So it's just copy and read only text. Yeah, fine. Copy and paste. You can see, as soon as I see copy and paste, I'm thinking to myself already, this shouldn't be here. This should be in Amber_SL, not Amber3D_SL. We should have all of this file handling in a library. We shouldn't be doing it ourselves. Not as the user, anyway. But for now, it'll do. We now have our QStream in, and we should be able to just read in the next line. That's all outside. Make sure to put it all outside the do loop. Okay, file open, Return -1. I knew that this was going to happen. That's why I was thinking at the beginning what to make the return type. I was going to make it a bool, yes. It should be a bool. Nice easy program. I like this. A reminder. Right, we should be able to read in the line by line now. We don't need splits, we just need read line trimmed. We don't need the other bit. So let's read the line in. And not bother with hash marks. Okay, that takes the hashes out of there. That's just a check for comment lines. What else do we need now? We just need to load it, don't we? We just need to create the entity and to store it. Good point. So we know what it's called. It's called line. So what I'm going to do is, this is default model here, isn't it? Is at this point here, I am going to type in plain mesh 50 x 50. That's all we need to know. We don't need .amb, do we? Nope. We already know that it's a .amb. It has to be if it's a model for us. Don't need to check that. So the text is our plain mesh. So we can change these around anytime we want. Inside or outside, we will be able to do, because obviously if this is a load files, we're going to have a save files. That's pretty obvious already. But for now, I just want to load them. So if it starts with a hash, continue, otherwise load the model. Let's have a look how we do that. Best place to look is RPG dev this time. In function key 3. Because in here it shows how we load the model. And it's there. But that's for a texture model. Right, so we only need M model. Amber 3D models, raw model. Okay. I think we already have it. Amber 3D, colon, models, colon, raw model. Just call it model. Make it a pointer. And that's just going to equal. We don't have the next bit. We don't have the load. Load to GFX. That is an object in the API. Hash include Amber 3D. And that's an API. Oh, sugar, don't do it that way. Do it that way. API, loaders. I do have a load amber model.h. Okay, so I've confused myself. What are you doing? Alrighty. So this object is better. And if it's got a texture, we can get it. I'll use this one then. Load amber model. Fine. Load amber. Oh, that's right, because it isn't an OBJ. Amber model. Just realised. Yeah. I will put that. We may as well keep hold of that. Or do we need it? Need to? Yes, we do. Comes after those shaders. Okay. So amber 3D colon. It's API again. Mostly API. Not a lot of OpenGL. And we'll have load amber model. Star m underscore model loader. Yes, we can make a new one of those. Can we? Let's find out whether I've programmed it correctly or not. If I haven't, we'll have to alter it. And that's just going to be comma, bum, m underscore model loader. That's going to be a new Amber 3D colon API colon model load amber that thing. I've done it correctly. Doesn't take anything. Good. So I've got one. Got a model loader. What does it produce? Let's have a look. So load to GFX, model to load, color, and 2 shaders. It returns a raw model. Fantastic. That makes it slightly easier. We'll take our model loader. We will load to GFX. What does it need first? It needs the name of the model. Well, that's a line. It now needs 2 shaders. In which order? Color shader and then texture shader. So color shader, comma. What did I do wrong there? Underscore color shader. Spelt it wrong probably. Comma. Oh, it's asking for the programs. Okay. And underscore texture shader. That's what it's asking for. So that's what it gets. I've just realised we're going to need something else, aren't we? We are going to need textures. It returns a textures model texture. So here, oh well, we'll put it here actually. Well, no, it's part of that. It's Q vector, and it's Amber 3D. It's part of the texture entity. Model. Namespace textures. Model texture. Star. Underscore textures. We'll need a list of textures as well. We'll have to hold them. So we can delete them. I'm guessing. I'm not sure about this. That's my natural reaction to do that. We don't need to. That's going too far. Just do it directly. No, I didn't alter anything there, that's good. So if, open brackets, model has a texture, we need it. So what we are going to do is Oh, I've got braces. No, that's fine. We can stay inside of here, can't we? Yes, we can. So yeah, that's okay. Amber 3D. Column textures. Model texture. Star. Texture. Equals. Model loader. Oh, we have a get has texture there as well. Makes more sense if I use that. Yeah. Alright, so if it has a texture, let's grab the texture. And then we can create the entity. And store it. God, this is a lot better than it used to be. I can remember OpenGL being a lot more difficult than this. So it's this one here, storage. That's what I want to work with next. Yes, you're actually seeing me develop code for once. From the Amber 3D that I've made. I think this is the part that people don't understand. Is yes, they copy out ideas and things from YouTube, but they don't know how to use it. And this is how you find out how to use it. So this is going to be a dot pushback. And it's going to be a new Amber 3D, actually. A new Amber 3D. Entity. So a lot of people say, oh no, you're doing this too soon, you haven't done all the previous steps. That's the whole point. Texture entity. Do we have a zeroed out textured entity? No, we need a textured model. So we have missed something. And that's what it tells you. I need a textured model. So let's go and make one. Models. Textured model. Star. Textured model. Equals. New Amber 3D models colon textured model with what? A raw model and a model texture. Well, we've got those. So the raw model is model, and the textured model, sorry, texture, is it? Yeah, model texture. Yes, texture. That's what we called it. If we can get to the end of this, we can put a semicolon. There you go. So now we have a textured model. So let's put that in. Textured model. What's next? Position. That's a Q vector 3D. So Q vector 3D. And we don't want to place it anywhere. That's not up to us. Not when we're loading it anyway. Because we can set these separately. So that's its position. Float rotation X. Rotation Y. Rotation Z. See, it tells me what to do. And scale. Done. I've got 2 brackets here. Where's the next one? Thank you. What's that? Damn thing wouldn't scroll. So we now have our pushback. It's loaded. The only other thing it could be is a color model. We only have 2 types of models. So let's do that. So what we want to achieve. First of all, I'll show you how I develop it properly. Instead of writing and then half writing. What I do is I will put an else like this. I know what I want to achieve because it's obvious. I want to achieve this. An entity. So, to achieve an entity, I'll just put space above it actually. Because I know there's going to be previous lines. So it's going to be dot pushback. So I know what I want to do. I want to do that. And this time I will put a semicolon there. If you're going to ask me why didn't I include all of these things here, it's because I know that they are included already within the entity class. So I know that I don't need to re-include them within the .h file. I am relying on the entity class to do its job properly. In other words, I'm relying on it to be written properly. And I think I've done it properly. So this is going to be a new Amber 3D entity. This time it's going to be a color entity. Open brackets. Or what do we need? We need a raw model. Well, we've got that, it's model. Then what do we need? We need a position. Well, I can make that up. Dead easy. Just don't put it anywhere. Put it at the centre of the universe. And then we need rotation, 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 scale. And that should work. Yeah, models that only use colour are a lot easier. Stupid but true. So we should be able to load our model now. That's it. Did you ever believe you would see a model loader that looked like that? And we can load as many models as we want that are listed in our text file. In default text, in default models.txt, we can just make a list of models and it'll just load them all. Yeah. So you're probably thinking, well, what's this other text file about? Default map. Alrighty. That eventually will go into the map file. And this will be models only. And the actual map, I know. The default map has to include possibly a bump map. It's got to have some kind of height map in it, and it's also got to have all the placement of all the models from there. So this has to list out the placements. That's what the map's about. The map is where things are, where the models is what models we're going to use. That's a better way of putting it. And this will be models used to create map. Does that make more sense? I think it does. If it doesn't, say so. I mean, I don't mind. If you think we should do this completely differently, then say so. This is the first time I've written this code. This code does not exist anywhere else on my system. This is completely new. I'm quite glad I did that. Maybe. Or it's going to cause me a headache, one of the two. I don't know which yet. Okay. Render all's going to be fun because for that we will need the default map. Our default map is going to contain quite a bit of information and we are going to have to design that information. We have two types of tiles. It's how we use those tiles that is going to be how we design this map. And we can't load it or save it until we know how we're going to use this map. So let's get this on screen first. Alright, let's do a render all. It's the same as in here. Our render all has already been done for us. Well, no, it's just that repeated twice. Model warehouse, yeah, okay. It's just that repeated twice. Blah de blah de blah de blah. What do we call it? What's wrong with load files now? Oh, we've got this for loop. Bug it up. Okay. So if it isn't M color entity, what is it? Oh, that's right, yeah. It's that one. So we'll have you there and there. For instance equals 0, whilst instance is less than that dot size. Instance plus plus. Yes, that's correct. So that will render all the models out of our vector. All at 0, 0, 0 because we haven't changed any of them. For now I don't care. Let's just get it correct first. Just copy that out. Now we want our textures, model loader, textured entities, copy. And it isn't get raw model. Textures, it is get raw model, get textured model. There we go. What's wrong with that? M textures is incompatible with parameter of types. Raw model. Ah, yes, well, it would be, wouldn't it? Copy and paste. And that's it. That's all there is there. We just add them all to the batch renderer. And then we just do that. Render. Simple, really. Just need the bits for the render. So projection can be passed to us here. And it's Q matrix. Oh, we're getting good on these. So it's getting a few of these today. Q matrix 4x4. Mind you, we are doing everything in one file, which I wouldn't normally do. So this is why this file might be split down. What I would do is put it in here. Q matrix 4x4, and what do we call it? Projection. Now, who has control over the light? Interesting question. The only other thing we need is the light and a camera. I think we can do those. Are we going to be able to control them? Yes, we are. So I will want M light and M camera. These are entities, so we'll add them to our entities list here. Hash include number 3D. Entities. You see how easy, it's a lot easier to construct all of this stuff now. Light, I think, was first. Hash include Amber 3D. Oh, didn't do it. Entities. Entities. What have I done wrong here? Slash. Thank you. Entities. Camera. So I want those two. And I'll put them here. We only need one of each, so I'm not that bothered about them. I mean, we could have more, but not at this stage. So light was first. Star M underscore light. That's just, these are just going to be constants to start off with, because we're going to make this easy. And develop it as needed. Don't try and do the full thing all at once, otherwise you will get stuck very quickly. That's supposed to be a star there, isn't it? M underscore camera. Call it anything you want. And it's now caught up with us. Good. All we need to do is make them. And I am going to make these in the initialization. Because we might give control over to a user. Yeah. I've just put them after where? Oh, they're just at the bottom, aren't they? So it doesn't really matter. Comma. M underscore light equals a null pointer. And M underscore camera equals a null pointer. You might notice I've not been doing my deletes. I don't until at the end. I decide what I actually want to own. So M light and M camera now work. Under initialization, we need to make them. M underscore light equals a new. See, instead of doing that, we could pass them in here and transfer ownership out, which is why I'm hesitating here. Amber 3D is an entity, and it's light. There it is. Q vector 3. This is a bit awkward actually. 3D. Where do we want to position it? I don't know is the answer. X, Y is up. That's where that's going. 10 meters up at the moment. Yeah, that'll do. And what else does it need? It needs a colour. Again, that's a Q vector 3D, is it? Yeah. I've been using 0.8 because I like 0.8. You might say the sun is 1.0, but you should always give yourself a bit of leeway so you can play with it. Like the colour of the light of the sun might be different, might be more red, might be more blue. You never know, do you? You never know what the sunshine should be like. I don't know because I don't look outside. Ha ha ha! Okay. That's a new. I'm getting daft in my old age. Entities. What do I keep doing wrong? Oh no. Bouncy E on the keyboard. Entities. And this time we'll have camera. And somebody should say action. Q vector position. Okay, Q vector 3D position. X 0.0f. No. No. Yes. 0.0. Yeah, we'll place it in a bit. 1.0f. 0.0f. Got to bring it up by 1, otherwise you're not going to see much, are you? Position, pitch, yaw, and rolls. That's 0.0f, comma, 0.0f, comma. These will change. All of those will change. What's wrong? Expected in an expression. Ah, yeah. Don't put the extra comma in, that doesn't help. Okay. So that's the initialize done. We now have a light and camera. We have a model. Oops. Wrong place to put it really, isn't it? What did I just do? Right, yeah. That's lined up. Yeah, that's lined up. Okay. Yeah, so after we've got our light and our camera, we can load. Load the files. That will add them. And that will render them. Nice and simple. Start it simple. This is a bit complicated and a bit more than I wanted to have. I think we should be able to get all of this as a struct. To be honest with you. I think all of that should be a structure. It is getting to that stage. But not yet. It's just a thought. We haven't deleted anything. Currently, we own the camera. We own the light. We own the model loader. We own the batch renderer. We own the shaders. Yeah. And we own the other shader as well. We don't own MGL. Got passed in. The other thing that we need to do is to delete our vectors. Yeah, do. That's okay, we can do that. I have got this wrong, but never mind. Yes. No, of course I got it wrong, yeah. That's fine. Go through the entities. And delete m_color entities. instance. So that's that one. And we need to do the same, obviously, for the other one. So cleanup is done. Instance. Alright. There is a lot more to add to this well, yeah, it's in C++ we call it an object, I suppose. There's a lot more to add to this model warehouse. That is your basics. That's your foundation. Will that actually show? Well, we'd have to use it, wouldn't we? Tell you what, let's just try a compile. Yeah, okay. Invalid or corrupt file cannot read at blah blah blah. Why are you trying to compile body.obj? Are you dumb? Thank you. Try again. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Looking good. Yeah, we have control. Yeah, we have control. Thank God for that. We have control. Wow, and we've only got 2 things to do. Alright, and we want to do those 2 things in that black square in the middle, which in World Builder, if we can get rid of all of this rubbish. See a problem. That can't be in there. That has to be in there. We don't load things from default, we load things from Amber models. It has to be in here. Okay. That might change in time as well. Just check that I'm right. I think I am. I'm just wondering where to check actually. Yeah. Model to load goes in Amber models. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. These are our files. Yep, that's okay. Dink, dink. Actually, I'll click on that. That's easier. We need to use this .h file. And we need to use it in here. So hash include, and it's model warehouse stage. It's an object, so we're going to make one. So model warehouse star M. I'm doing all of this exactly the way I've done everything else. I'm just going to throw a star in there, actually. I'm not putting it there then. My bad. I like to put my pointers first. Ah, there's a Q object. Don't. No, we'll put it here. Who cares? I don't know. Model warehouse M underscore model warehouse. Doesn't matter. And we are going to make our model warehouse in here. Model warehouse equals a new model warehouse, open brackets, GL. Nope, can't do that. We don't have GL at that point. And now we have that. We need something else here. What's wrong with you? Have I changed something? Oh, right. M model warehouse is uninitialized. M model warehouse is not uninitialized. There. Dumbo. That's okay. Yeah, we can do it that way. Oh, I hope you figure it out one day. Yeah, we need a destructor, that was it. We now own something. Title. Open. GL. View. Yep, that'll do. We actually finally own something in here. My god. Isn't that a lot simpler? Yeah, it is. So under initialize, we initialize OpenGL. At the end of that, we can now initialize Amber. Doing the same format. So M underscore model warehouse equals a new model warehouse. And that's got M underscore GL. Does that exist? Is that what we called it? No, it isn't that at all. Just this. There you go. This is OpenGL. Duh. Doesn't have a GM underscore GL thingy. So we can do that, and obviously we can M underscore model warehouse. Initialize. And here m_ model warehouse. We can render all. Projection. There you go. That's it. That's your OpenGL layer. Everybody thinks, oh, you should render in your OpenGL layer. No, you shouldn't. You should render elsewhere. Your OpenGL layer will get complicated enough without that. You don't need extra complications. So if we run that now, it should crash. I think we crashed. But Microsoft doesn't know it. Well, that's bloody handy. It's in debug mode and it doesn't know it's crashed. So, hold on. Just stop the rendering a minute. Well, it's right, but it's not telling us. Or is it just taking an age to load the models? I doubt it is. How can we check? Okay, as soon as we try and initialize, it's going to disappear the window, but it's also gone back to black now. Now, that means that it's not rendering. I've interrupted it somehow. So let's just have a better look at how I've interrupted it. Well, yeah, there's a bit of interruption going on there. Yeah, I can see that. But I don't think there's too much. We don't call initialize from here. But we are loading, we are doing all of this. We could do more of this in the initializer. I could put those, the next two to not, no. No, I'm not messing that way. I'm going to do it properly. I'm just worried about this GL business here. I usually put _GL, don't I? Anyway, that's beside the point. It's wrong still. So we'll just hold off on those two. Hold off a minute. Back up a step. So we've decided that OpenGL's completed. Well, I think it's working, but you can't tell that it's working because we're not actually driving the program. We have to go back to the beginning. We have this application that will run the window for us. And the window, we've got window show, right? Okay. That's fine. Can I have a show full? What kind of dot show can I have? This has been a problem in the past. That's what I want. That's the one I want. Right, there was, yeah, I thought as much. There's things aren't exactly the way they appeared to be. There was a control output error. 272 warnings. All right, we'll come back to you. Where's the control output error? No, symbols were loaded. Component formatting option is unscoped. Prefer. Who the hell's this? RPG dev. What are you on about? Why are you giving? Ah, here we go. I'm not bothered about those ones. Yeah, no, it's unscoped. You mental? Yeah, okay. So it's just giving me complaints about things that I really don't care about. This is all in queue. Is there anything in my stuff? No. Well, I'm not scoping queue. Not in this part, anyway. Prefer enum class over enum. Oh, piss off. Stupid. Anything for me? Here we go. 87. In World Builder. GFX loader.h. What's your problem? Is uninitialized. Always initialize a member variable. It's not a member variable for me. So get stuffed. Color entity.h is not me. Uninitialized. Yeah, okay. Ah, here we go. Model warehouse, CPP 165. Not all control paths return a value. Of course, yes. That's correct. I missed something. Thank you. It took me ages to find it, but it is there. There is a mistake there. I put a bool on that. I forgot that. Not that I'm measuring it, but hey ho. First of all, World Builder. Properties. General. Yeah, that's okay. Debugging. Alright, we'll go down to level 2 now. Checked in level 3. just gonna do a rebuild on this because that'll rebuild Amber 3D as well. Thank you. I don't know if I accidentally made any changes in there and not rebuilt it. Okay, you're alright then. Right, fine. So it should have come up with an error for that, but it didn't. It just built it. Great. I love this system. It'll build incorrect code. Jesus. Yeah, that's doing what I expected it's doing. Load it up. Let's load it up. Here we are. Middle bit. Horizontal property. Expanding. Vertical property. Expanding. Okay, let's do that. And it didn't expand. Fantastic, Windows. Well done. I did put the instructions on the right layer, didn't I? Viewport. Expanding. Does it have a maximum width? No. Do I have to do a rebuild for it? Yes, I think I do. Okay. It's not Visual Studio's natural environment Qt. You can tell, can't you? Yeah, rebuild. It's the mock files for all of the meta objects. Is MO. Think about it. MOC mock file. Meta object compilation file. I need one of them. Let's get that expanding first. Please. Just do it. Windows, just do it. Okay, don't. Don't care, I'll carry on. I shall carry on what I was doing. What we haven't got is anything driving the program. We haven't got our model warehouse, our world builder loop. We've got our world window, which displays once and never displays again. But I've also got a compilation error now. I don't know what it is. And this is why I prefer C to C++. It's because I don't get this. I don't have all of these objects. I just have the code and it works. It's a lot easier. But the objects are a waste of time. Too much meta crap. Mind you, saying that in C is better. Meta programming is quite fun. A lot better than. Actually, this is C, so I could just do it in C anyway. This doesn't work, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll just write it in C. And say, I sod it. I mean, I want the library in Qt. The Amber 3D library. I definitely want that in Qt because Qt's OpenGL is lovely to use. Right, let's modify this. Basically, all we want is a queue timer. And then we're just going to connect our queue timer to a slot to make it work. So QTIMER. There we go. We already have one. RPG dev. And it will be in test. We could shove the mouse event and key event in the same time. Don't want FPS. Not yet, anyway. FPS doesn't really mean much unless you're failing on it, and if you're failing on it, your FPS, then there's something wrong with your code. Something massively wrong with your code. I'm running 97 FPS with a delayed loop on a potato machine. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. And again, it moves it everywhere because it's stupid. Try and be a text editor. What we need there. Let's pop this in and set it up. I can go underneath the camera, I'm not that bothered. What's wrong with mloop? Ah, I'm in the wrong place. We'll see. We'll see. I should be in world window. Okay. The reason why I'm copying it is because of the next line. When we set this up, it's how do you put it? Not much fun. So we'll set the timer type. And then we've got a loop delay we have to add. And what we're going to have, preprocessor. What are we going to have? preprocessor, we will have hash define as 10. Oh, lowercase. There we go. That's better. That works. Slot loop. I don't have a slot for loop. Do you have a slot for loop? For loop. Now what's wrong with that? Thank you. Public slots. It can't make one. It's not within Microsoft's realm of usability. We can have public slots. World window. And the first thing you do is you stop the damn timer. M_loop. Stop. And then M_loop. Start. Loop delay. Okay. That's actually a separate command. Yeah, so you set your timer type, you connect it to your slot, and then you just write in here whatever you want. What do we want to happen? Render is what we want to happen. What's it called? Render, draw. Draw children, draw win. We got a couple of things we can do. Paint gel. Oh, that was it. So that's yeah, update. That's all we need. That'll call Paint GL, won't it? Should do. Oh, Amberskies, here's how your channel did last month. Really? Really, YouTube? Nobody pays me to care, so I don't. Yeah. That should do it. We do need to yeah, we'll start that running anyway, so who cares? Well, my background colour's changed back. I'm sorry, Microsoft, you're failing me. You're failing me badly. Where's the other bit? Oh, I was doing model converter, that's why, because it was crashing. Because of the OpenGL cock-up. Open. Alright, let's get off World Builder a second. Just rebuild it. Oh, we do have a winner. Oh, wow, we have some issues. Wow, you picked up on that quite quickly. Because that's what I put it in here for. Yeah. You haven't got it. Well, whatever's in here, really. Yeah. Add that lot. Yeah. Add that lot. Now let's try to rebuild it. After. Alright. Okay. What it's telling me to do is to move that. No, move that to that. So the new order is UI first, and mloop second. Yes, I use multiple IDEs. Why do I use multiple IDEs? Because the compilers are different. And this is a generic compiler that'll work on any system. Okay, let's try that again. Rebuild. Give me all the warnings that you can. Tell me what I did wrong. Okay, you're saying nothing is wrong. Okay. That's fine. Okay, let's have a look at this now. It's supposed to be expanding, but it's got nothing to expand into. Hold on a minute. That is true. Because that hasn't got that on it. If I haven't pressed that button, it won't work. I just want... Yeah, we'll layer it that way. Okay. Thank you. Makes a lot more sense when I do it in this one. Where my save button's gone? Oh, who cares? Control S. Thank you. You're joking me. Main window. I think that's messing it up. Big time. It should expand. There's something not right with this Windows system. That's how it should operate. That tells me that that's how this should operate. Change the palette to something usable. That'll do. Okay. Type here. For what? Oh yes. Not bothered. Next. Save that out. Let's see what we're getting now. Oh right. That's interesting. Why isn't it changing the palette? It's not doing anything correctly. It's doing absolutely nothing correctly. Windows is not allowing it to do anything. Interesting. Shader program is not linked, of course. Projects. Run. Stop running in the build directory. Damn things. Just get rid of that. I don't want to see that. Run. Yeah, I fail to know why Microsoft, in its infinite wisdom, can't alter a window properly. So Windows has broken the code. Wow, well done, Windows. What am I supposed to do? Okay. I'm changing it over to MS VC 2017. So can we actually build it in that? No. It doesn't know what to do with MSVC. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, that's correct. Nothing wrong with that. It's compiling properly. Why is it not running properly? Windows, solid pan, blah blah blah, yeah, solid pan. Hold on a minute, there is something about widgets. Yeah. Tooltips, placeholders, window text, button light, mid dark, okay, text, bright, blah de blah de blah de blah. This is basically how it should be displayed, which it's completely ignoring, interestingly enough. Very interesting. Yeah, it's got white. Okay. Don't care. This is it. Right, so that tells me I've got a vertical layout going in the middle of the queue widget. Yeah, that's correct. That's what I asked for. Need a viewport. Size policy expanding. It's correct. The OpenGL viewport that we have in the middle should be expanding automatically. And it's using QOpenGL widget, OpenGL widget view.h, yeah. That's correct. There is nothing wrong with the UI file. It might be in some stupid XML language, but it's still correct. So, why does Windows break my code? That's what I want to know. I don't understand. Alright, let's ignore that for a bit. I don't care. I've given up with that. I mean, if Windows won't work, Windows won't work. Now I can do about that, because I'm not using these windows at the end of the day. You'll see that the idea of using this I throw away anyway. I want to be doing my own UI, and it'll be 3D. Yes, exactly. We're having a 3D UI. So these top windows will be just thrown away, taken out completely. So yeah, stuff that. Why is the rest of it not working? That's a bigger question. So first of all, I want a red background, please. Let's try and get that to work. If I can find the damn stuff. Here we go. Application, blah, 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 blah. Alright, first test. Is it really working? No, it's not. It's broken. How? How have we broken the code? All we've done is we've added 3 lines to the code. How does that break it? We're still running 4.6 NVIDIA. Oh my god. Where's my window gone? What's the problem? Ah, there it is. It's working now. But as soon as I do that, breaks the code. And the reason is a stupid one. It's got no way of talking to it. OpenGL talks across its files, and this is something I should always remember to do. And I never do. I always get it wrong. So, Model Warehouse, congratulations, you are being promoted. You are going to be promoted to a full OpenGL module. Dash include, and it's going to be Q object. The mysterious Q object, which doesn't exist. Don't tell me that, or I will go nuts. So that there requires Q underscore object to exist. Otherwise, it can't talk to itself. Yes, I just said that. It can't talk to itself. That's exactly what it's doing. QObject is a meta language for sending messages between object classes. And because we are sharing OpenGL between two objects, it needs to make sure that everything's in the correct context. Otherwise, it doesn't know which screen we want to render to. So to make sure of that, what we are going to do here when we render, let's initialize model warehouse. Here's render L. We are going to put in m underscore gl make, no, I've forgotten the bloody thing again. There's a different way of doing it in Qt, is why I'm hesitating. I've already called it, it doesn't matter. Okay, fair enough. But we do need the object file. Rebuild that. Excellent, it's found something. Does not inherit from QObject. Thank you. Then we shall inherit from QObject. Where is it? It wants a parent model. Interesting. Leave that alone. Just for a minute. Might be able to do it without having to. I'm not sure I really want to parent it up because it's going to be this comma this. That'll sound stupid. Alright. Let's try it again. Still a black screen. Hold on a minute. I do remember something about this. Here. I do remember something about that. Are we rendering in here? No, but we are calling the renderer. Okay. There is nothing wrong with our renderer. That doesn't do any rendering. But it is used. Ah, yeah, it's got to be. That inherits. Yeah. I remember now. You put that in, you don't need QObject. Our renderer is doing the background. That's why. Aren't you, renderer? Yes, you are. We don't pass in the GL clear colour. But what we are seeing is correct. Fantastic. Do I really need that? Do I? Yeah. Okay. Open GL viewport. Right, let's just close a few of these down now because I've got too many open. We are starting to work now. That's okay. That's fine. What that means is it doesn't really matter what we put for that. Our clear colour. We can put anything we want. The renderer will change it to our world background colour. That's interesting. Is that a fault? Should we make it the API different so we can specify it? Interesting. So I'm going to leave that set to red. What that will do is tell me that the renderer is not working. So the screen will go red. I think that's good enough for me. So if we switch off the renderer, it should go red. It does. If we switch the renderer on, then it should go to the normal background colour, which is not black. This is black. That's not black. Guaranteed. Okay. Right, let's initialize. See if we get any stuff down here telling us that we've got it wrong. Device not open. Ambermodels.amb. Ooh, that's bad. So we've got a QIO device error, which we weren't getting on Microsoft. On error, unable to open 3D model file. Because we remembered that we didn't need that. Or do we? We do for the file. Right, so we read the file. Load to JFX line. What does line equal? Let's find out. Line equals plane mesh 50x50. Where's our resources? There's forms, there's headers, other files, resources. $50x50, yeah. In a queue string. Alright, let's step into it. Okay, step in. No, don't step into that bit. Oh, stuff it, step in. Plane mesh 50x50, yeah. Alright. Shader program, get shader program ID, yeah. Step out. Did I just crash it? Yes, I did. What are we receiving in our loader? Let's see. Load to GFX. Here. Take that one off. Let's debug that. What we have here is model to load. Plane mesh 50x50. That's correct. File path hasn't been discussed yet, so let's step over. File path now equals resources. Amber models plane mesh 50x50 AMB. So it's correct. What are we doing in projects for our run? We're in World Builder. We are in the correct place. I just crashed it out. Okay. And yet it's going through this saying, no, we can't do it. Hold on a minute. Why is it Oh. It's got a blank one. I've got a blank at the end of the file, haven't I? Should end in a hash. And that means that my text... Oh, it's not even here. Under resources. Add existing directory. Where's the rest of it? Where's the text file gone? That's RPG dev. Why are we in RPG dev? Okay. We go to World Builder. Oh, select files matching. Okay. Okay. It's immaterial, but we have to be able to alter that. Yeah, something's not right here. Where am I? I'm in RPG dev, that's why. Duh. Oops. It doesn't have the resources in here, does it? Sources, forms, generated files. Haven't included them. Let's include that lot. See what changes we get here. Headers, sources, forms, other files. Here we go. There it is. This is, yeah. For some reason it's going through it once too often. And that's causing a blank. That's the giveaway. Yeah, it's still causing a blank. So it's going through the loop once too often, is the answer. Yeah, it puts a blank line at the end. Because it needs to hold the doobry. Yes. Yeah, automatically puts it in. Fine. We can't have blanks. Can't be firing blanks. Come on. Get yourself together, guys. And that will be in here. In a load. Push back. Render all. Initialize, render all private load files. Here we go. So do. Or I'm going to overdo it. That. I don't want those 3 characters getting through to being able to be loaded. That's the point of that. Application. We've got a hash. We now have a hash. How can you You can't get there with a hash. Okay. That's correct. Sorry, my bad. It's or line starts. It's me being lazy. That. Can you get out of my way? I can't see. Too many brackets. That's what I wanted to see. Or line starts with that. Don't you dare start giving me resources aren't available. Of course they're available. Nope. It's determined. It's trying to load up a blank resource. It could be the exit character. Okay, something weird's happening. Check for line comments. Yes, I agree. Oh, good grief. Change it into a while loop. Ta-da! It works. So that was the problem. I had a do while loop instead of a while loop. A do while loop will always run the code at least once. And in our case, it was doing it an extra time. Because it doesn't check the condition until the end. So really, I could back off on my condition checking here. Yeah, I can back off on that. To there. I think that's fair enough. In fact, I don't really need that one now. But that will check now properly to see if it's the end of the file or not before it runs the code. There we go. Instead of after it runs the code. Returns are correct. That's now correct. I'm happy with that. Back to OpenGL view. So those two lines I'm now happy with. This one. Render all. You're gonna crash. Should do. Usually does. Rendering always crashes. Oh, I got a flash. Alright, that's normal. We see nothing on the screen and that looks very dark. That to me looks a little too dark. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious that the rendering call is not correct. Let's have a look at it. Shouldn't be any color entities. This is a textured entity. There you go, debug that. Well, we got to this line, render all. MGL is OpenGL functions 3.3 core, that's good. We've got the right OpenGL. But we have 0 items to show. Is that correct? We should have a model. Maybe it's just not showing it at this point. No, we should have an M texture entities. That's wrong. That's the answer. We ain't got no entities to show. We have a light. Yeah, we have a camera. Yeah. We have no color entities because I'm not loading any. I could. Maybe I should. Do have a test, don't we, for that? That's just inviting more crashes. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to step over, see if anything changes. I doubt it now. There you go, nothing. So we're rendering nothing. Continue. Well, we've got nothing. We're not rendering anything. That's me suspicious, so rebuild. I must admit I prefer this debugger, the one it just displays everything, rather than Microsoft's where it hides everything. You have to then find it. Come on, build. What's wrong with you? Thank you. Something wrong with the compiler. No. No, there isn't. Just me. Let's go debug. Actually, we don't need the application output. Not for this part anyway. It's 0 items. Okay, we know it's definitely not storing the items. Which means we need a pushback check. I think I know why. I changed something and I think I might have upset it. I changed the if statement. Instead of model. Which I think is a safer way of doing it, personally. Oops. Let's try that again. No. It's not loading. Well, it might be loading. But we're not getting a model. Interest. Okay, let's take a look at that then. So it's something to do with this. Here. It never stopped there. Huh? Should have got to that line. But it never did. No. Never gets that line. Does it get to the load entity line? That's right. That's why. You have to read the first. Otherwise, it's going to be null. Okay. Now let's try it. Ah! Press the wrong button. Oh, stop it. Load files, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's do that. There you go. We check for that. That will send it to the top. Keep you there for a second. "14 seconds is too long." There's nothing coming up in there. Right, so file in default models text, file path in, line, plain mesh. Ah! Read line, trimmed, line, plain mesh 50 by 50. That's right. Okay. Over. Puts the shader program in, the color shader in, and the line in. Yeah. Go. Texture file name equals blank. Damn it. I've actually got a raw model. Are we writing over our own raw models? Yes, we are. Interesting. Take that one out. Oh, it's not getting the texture. True. It's not going through this if statement. But it returns here with something stupid, so yeah. I think that's a delete. I think that's one answer. Stop. Oh, that's a render, isn't it? That's okay, we can keep that. Well, no, we'll delete that one for a second. Okay. Step over, step over. And the if statement is true. Just hangs. That's crashed. What's wrong with that if statement? Come on, stop. Might take it a while. I think we just crashed. Yeah. Alright. Let's try that again. Very suspicious. I think I know what the suspicious thing is. We're only using a single row model here. Old model. Normally I would have the raw models separated off. Hmm. Okay. Let's try doing it slightly differently, because it's not liking the way I'm doing it there. Mm-hmm. And that becomes before colour entities. I'm going to use this as an intermediate. Model loader and colour entities. Put it in between them two. Oh, right there then. M model, I'm just going to stick to a null pointer for now. Okay. And in here, now that it exists, M underscore model equals new. We'll actually assign it to something. Hmm. No matching constructor, I agree, there isn't. We'll just use it as temporary storage then. Point. She wouldn't be so fast on that sometimes. Can just use it as an intermediate. It'll reset it each time, hopefully. I think it's because we've got it inside brackets. It's goofing it up a little bit because of the context that it's in. I think the same is true for texture. And possibly even texture model. So this could be a problem as well. Alright. So all of them, yeah. It's having difficulties with that line. Okay. Let's just make sure we haven't got any other ones. We need to look at that in depth. Okay. How can we do that? I'm not sure whether it has anything to do with these brackets or not. Oh, actually, it's model loader I want to be in. Load Amber model. I want to be. Has textures is true. File open. True. Why is has textures true? False here. It says true here. Also tells me the file's open. How can the file be open? That's not here until here. I think it might be because we've got two files open. I mean, where's this raw model coming from? We haven't even defined anything like that in here. Okay, bit weird. Let's just step over and see if that changes. I'll show you. Yeah, yeah. That's wrong. File path is wrong. Why has it not put it in? Huh? Ooh. We've got a null Q string. That's a problem. How on earth do we get a null Q string? That's interesting. Is there another breakdown in communications here between the two items? We're not passing OpenGL through. And this isn't supposed to be parented. Yeah, but line does equal dash dash. How does it get there? That's impossible. That Q string's wrong. Did I forget to set it? No. So between there and there, in.readline.trim. Correct. File is open, true. I'm intrigued. In.readline isn't working. Bit annoying. Line equals hash. Line equals hash. Correct. Continue. Line equals hash. Correct. Continue. Line equals hash. This is a list of default models to be loaded. Correct. Hash. Plain mesh 50/50. What's it doing? What just happened there? It bounced back out. So it said that was starts with. Let's see. Alright, return it to its simplest form. This time it's correct. So I want to step in. Well, actually, no, I should be able to step over now. it's getting the correct information. Where are we now? Load Amber model. File is open true. So we've got the file. If it has a texture, we're going in. This is working. Okay, we get a texture. What we need to look for now is that 0 items item there. That one. That's the one that we need to look for. That vector. Okay, pushback. Successful! Yay! That worked. Now line becomes the dash dash thing. Right, this is 2017. So we have to do that. It shouldn't have come into here with that. It should be out of here now. On its way. So it's going too far. I think that's the answer. Okay. So it comes in the first time and it's got that line dash dash. How does that get there? I just checked through it. And it doesn't do that. Model to load. Right, it's correct. Good. Continue. And then it comes in with that. Ow! How is it getting to that? No, it just gives an error. Gets stuck. I know why there's a cock up in the middle. Okay. It only get here once. I'm getting a bit annoyed with this now. That's in the wrong place. That's not going to stop it from happening. Okay. Right, so we get through that time. Continue. Thank you. Magic. That worked. Now, we can get back to here. And we can get back to the rendering. I have taken it out. Okay. One entity, one item. It's a textured entity. It shouldn't be colour. Okay. Step over. Correct. Step over. Goes in. Batch render. Add textured entity. M textured entity instant. Instance is 0. Wherever instance is. There it is. It's at the top. Instance 0. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Textured entities instance. 0, yes. So textured entity for instance 0 is our textured entity, yeah. And the textured model is there. Don't think it'll give us that. It does, it tells us. Get textured model, that goes in there. Textured entities instance goes in there. That's correct. That goes into a map. Excellent. Done. There you go. Goes to the top, jumps out, goes to the batch renderer. Light we have. Camera we have. Projection. Where are you? Property. Ah. Oh, it's here. It is an actual thing then. Yeah, that's right. 4x4 is 32, yeah, 0 to 31. We have projection. I don't see anything wrong with it. We put the light where? Zero, X, Y, Z. So 10 up. We put the camera. The main reason why we can't see anything is because of where the camera is, probably. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, it's correct. Everything works. Yay! Thank God for that. Move the bloody camera. Where do you want to move the camera to? Do. X 10. No, we want it at the center, don't we? So the center of the model is at 25. X. And 25 here. That should be the center of the model. So in that case, we want the light over there as well, really. Let's be honest. 25. X, Y, Z. Bring that out by 25. Keep it with the camera. Okay. Done. It works. Oh, might have to run it twice. There it is. Done. Okay. Fine. As we can now see, let's see if we can open it up. Well, no, we can't because it's reasons. We can't move, we've got no keyboard input. That's the map. It worked. So all we want to do now is put the camera in the right place to view it. My God, we've got it working. So it's 50 meters by 50 meters. We know that. So I'm going to put it to 50 meters plus half is 75. Oh God, we can't see that far. Yeah, slight problem there. Just realised we've got a slight problem that we can't see far enough because we've got fog switched on. Interesting. We can't move the camera either. Not at this point. but at least it's working. Right. Okay, let's try some basics then. So all we're looking to do now is how to set it up, so it becomes a usable thing for making maps. Yeah, that's okay, that's okay. Sorted all the garbage out. Hmm. Alright, let's go out to the edge. 50 by 50. I'm going to leave the light where it is. I want to go up by 25. Yeah, 25 for now. Go up by 25 meters, and I don't want any of that. I'll take 45. Yeah, that's right. And minus 45. No, it's a counterclockwise system, so 45. Okay. Yeah, I can just barely see it. Alright, move the light over. Maybe not. Where's our UI gone? Forms. Hmm. That's wrong. Well, no, it's not wrong. It just seems to be ignoring everything that I'm doing over here. I don't understand. Why is it ignoring that? Yeah. We can't see much because we're at the edge of our vision, so 50. Well, yeah, we'll match. We'll match to start off with. 25. Okay. Counterclockwise system. I think that should be a minus. Soon find out. Assuming I can see anything on this screen. Barely. Alright. I think I'm right, but I can't see properly. No. Alright. Let's try looking downwards. That should look downwards. That's 90 degrees, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'll do 25. I'll start at that. I'll start at 1. I'll start at 25 by 25. At 0, 0. X, Y, Z, 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 Z. Z's into. I didn't want rotation around Z then. Okay, I think I've got my rotations all mixed up. I'm going to have to work them all out. Not to worry. We can do that. That should give us a basic idea of what it looks like. Now we can see it. Brilliant. What I want to do is tilt the camera down. And that is X rotation on clockwise. So that is X. Let's just try minus 30. See if we still see the floor. Or is it in our face? Nah, it's the other way. There you go, that's how you work out your pluses and minuses, folks. Not done bad then, we've actually got it working. Yep, that's definitely the floor. Now, because of the fog, the further away we get from the object, the less we're going to see of it. So if we start going upwards now, let's say 10 meters to start off with. Let's see the difference in what we can see. Yeah, that's what I expected. So a height of 25 is probably going to be optimal. No, 10. Bring that down to 45. Yeah. I think I've got it right there. Yep, so that's our world. It's empty and it consists of one model. Okay. So it's empty, so the map doesn't matter. Empty. Other files. Our reading of this lot is now good. The default map is going to just it will contain 2 integers, 0 and 0. Means the top left hand corner of the map is at 0, 0 in the universe. This is a 0th, 0th map in our atlas of maps. There you go. We now have our first map. Done. And I didn't even have to... oh, it does put that in. Really don't like that, but hey ho. It works. It works absolutely fine. I think I agree with you there. I don't know why you're telling me this, but there are 4 errors. The errors are... a meta object, symbol, 3 unresolved externals, linking errors. Interesting. These are on World Builder, okay. Do a clean build. What it's talking about is these mocking things. So for some reason it cannot mock these properly. Virtuals, oh god. This isn't my code. That one. Yeah. Why can't you find that? Okay. Okay. It has no idea what it's doing, does it? Let's be honest. Here we go. That's it. Thank you. Let's restart that. Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it? Microsoft, you are stupid. Why can't you just do simple things? It really isn't the hardest thing to do in the world. You've had 25 years to get this. Look at this. What is all this rubbish? I didn't produce that. Bye. Can I not have that? Mm-hmm. Bye. Let's try again. Nope. It's telling me the model warehouse object is not working properly. How does it know? Go on, we'll have my debug folder back. World Builder. I did take it out, but I don't think we should really. Okay. It can't build a meta object. There you go. Done. Thank you, Microsoft, for being a stickler for that. Oh, that went black for a minute. There you go. Oh! It's gone blue. Wow. Does it resize itself now? Oh, we've got it working. Just needed to be reloaded. Right, okay. Fantastic. We've got the window working, folks. I knew it'd come back to me soon. Sometime, maybe, later. But yeah, that's our map. We could do with a bit of rotation and being able to look, walk around it maybe, and place objects. AWS, really. Qt library configure VS is, I think it's a downloaded version. I didn't compile it on this machine, so it will corrupt and the compiler will get a bit bleh. But that doesn't bother me. When the compiler goes bleh, I just rewrite it. We need 3 sliders. No. Just put it in the right position. Simple enough. I don't complicate things unless I have to. Because as you saw, the window didn't react until I reloaded Visual Studio, so for God's sake, how much more pain do I need? This is Microsoft, for God's sake, that we're using. Bring back Linux. All is forgiven. I might actually just switch this computer over to Linux. At least on there it works. It works on here eventually. Yeah, we've now got a world builder. Well, the foundations of it anyway. Not bad. Not bad for a day. How long did that take me? God fathers, I don't know. 4 hours. Good God. Right, so got it working. We're up, we're running. We have everything that we need. We have camera, we have light, but we don't have the action. So, what do we need to introduce into this that's going to be useful? Being able to move the camera, yes. What? AWS? I know what AWSL is, but my mind does, but it's not in the front of my mind, it's buried in the back of my mind, and I don't know why I'd need it. So there we go. We have a world builder. Yes. We can add movement to the camera quite easy. We could use the keyboard, but at this stage we haven't got a mouse controller. I'm not sure if that fog implementation is going to be helpful or not at this point. It is for the game side, but is it useful for the world builder? It's a float. See, I haven't even done light attenuation yet, which means that light spreads out and scatters over distance. Well, like when you're using a flashlight or you see a street lamp. I haven't even got to put that in yet. It's a float, is it? Yeah. 1, 0. Yeah. Try that. It's a bit clearer. Right, that'll do that. Switch the fog off. I don't think it's helpful here. And my cat's coughing everywhere. Pudding, cough it up, love. My God. Right, with that taken off, I can probably view it better. So we should be able to go up in the air a bit further. So we can now shove the camera up to 25. And that should now look a lot better. But dark. Very dark. That usually means the light's not far enough away. Because I'm not using light attenuation on this at all as a factor. So that shouldn't have affected it. I'm still seeing a circle patch here coming around. Alright, keep going. not making much effect. Okay. As I said, you can always play with these. Seems very dark. Maybe it's because we haven't got a bright background or something to highlight it up, I don't know. Right, let's move this camera. We've got light, yeah. We'll put it up to 250. Doesn't matter where it goes. The higher the better, really. You can put that one up to 2500 if you want. The further away the sun is, the more direct the lighting hits the floor. So it makes a big difference. Let's go to... Yeah, we should be able to go to 50-50 now. And see the edge. This should be looking now down the edge. Or... yeah. Down the right edge. Yeah, it is. Perfect. That's right. The light doesn't seem to be that strong. But it is supposed to be nighttime. We have no sky colour. Our sky is dark. That's nighttime. Yeah. Could affect things. I've just realised we're looking at this at night. Whoops. So our renderer is night-bound. Wow, that's awesome. I've just done it the wrong way. It should be minus. I always do it the wrong way, look. Always. Counterclockwise. And that means we should now be able to go out to see the whole map. At 45 degrees, we need to go another... It should be 75, but then we won't be able to see all of the map anyway. Let's try 65 instead. 65 might just be enough. Always tilt the camera down a little bit more. Yeah. That's near enough the centre of the screen. That's near enough what I want. All we need now to be able to do is to move the camera along the X and Y axis. Forwards, left and right, and S. We need the ASWAD. We can see how dark it is. We're definitely at night time. That is fantastic. So that's the next thing we're going to have to do, is be able to control the time of day of our render. Otherwise, we will never see the light of day. Oh, Jesus. I think I just pulled a funny. I love doing lighting effects though. I must admit. So yeah, 65 by 65 seems to work alright with the 25 upwards. Okay. Well, the camera needs to go... Yeah, the camera's already fixed to that. So we are lucky today. Our camera is accidentally fixed to the correct axes. And I need to look in there. I just copy it across from here. It's in... Here. And it's our open... that's the equivalent to our world window. Yeah. So, mouse and key events. That's what we need next. So let's grab them. 6 and 7. It's why I have this dev area. Test everything out in here first, and then I'll move it into something like this, which is going to be more usable. So there's our keys and keyboard stuff. We will need... protected. We're going to need that lot. That's your mouse press, mouse release, key press, key release. I'll take you lot. Yeah, definitely. They're protected. So, public. Protected. Yeah, it looks okay. There we go. And then all we need is a bucket to throw our key vents into. Let's find a bucket to put in a world. PPP here. That bit done. The bucket is there. Ah. There's a problem. We'll have to take a copy of that. That's in the extras of Amber 3D. And that's not here. There's a reason we have to do this, don't worry. Copy you two, please. And we will pop you over to our model. Well, world builder. That's my bucket. We can paste it in. did I guard it? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, I suppose. Add existing item. I'll have you. No. You. Add. As if by magic nothing happens. Come on. Come on, little swirly circles. Thank you, just refresh. We should now have input. There they are. No, straight bucket. Fantastic. So instead putting just include it. Right, okay. On the same. Yes, it is. Hash include. Has to be done in the CPP file because it's all in line. Input.h. So we'll pop you in there. And that will tie in with our input, but input.h has to be modified. It's not very friendly. There it is. And we are not called test window 3D, we are called world window. And that means we can use all the functions. Yay! Don't need to include it, do I? No. Right, input setup. I'll come back to that in a minute. What else do I need to change? Oh, I could just take it from the work. Just take it from this one, it's test window. Register mouse. A register key. Register key. Fine, we'll take the lot. Never mind. I have to change that. Put it in the right place. Might help. That should work. It works. Right, so all our keys are done. Our camera should respond. And it should go sideways. Theoretically. I'll leave that one open. Theoretically. Code we've already written or gone through, so it's in the past episodes. You're wondering? Oh my god, that's slow. Are we rotating? Oh, that's awful. Yeah, it's rotating. Oh, damn it. Camera, camera, camera. I just want you to plus on the X's and Y's. I don't want you to do anything special. This is because I didn't spend time doing a proper camera. I think we're going to spend time doing a proper camera. That might be the next episode. Where did I put that camera code? Jesus, that was a good 10 years ago, that. Yeah, right. Entities, camera, what the hell are you doing? Oh, move, camera, we haven't got... Yeah, oh, whoops. We need a camera speed. We also need to update its position. That might help. Camera speed, camera speed, camera speed. Where are we calling the camera? In the rendering. In the rendering. Yuck, no, it's not in there. It'll be in the actual render. We will set the camera speed someplace. There you go. That line there. That can go into our render. Okay, now our render is... here at the moment, unfortunately. That means that we can have varying camera move speeds. Due to distance, I'm going to double that up to 6 meters per second. Well, it's not actually, it's 6 times 60. Well, 6.6 times the number of frames per second, which is, what was it, 97? So it's nearly 6 meters per second. Just short of. That'll be fine. I just pressed a stupid key. Alright. Right, we've got speed of a camera. Where do we update it? Does it update itself? It does. If I press W, it should go north. No, I need an update. And I need it in our window. Because that's where we're capturing. We capture all of our keyboard in the world window. But, as you can see, we're not updating it. We're updating the viewport, but we're not updating the keyboard. We may be capturing the key releases, but we're not actually updating the state. Ah, there is a function that does that. And it will show us in test. There we go. Don't need anything. Update the input and then update the screen. Might make things a bit better. There it goes. So we can now move around our 50, it's pretty fast because I've set it to about 6 meters per second. And this is only 50 meters across. You can see how the shiny light is following me around as it bounces, but as we get past the halfway mark, it won't, because that's where the light is. Yeah. We can now move around our map. Not super fast, but we can move around our map. I think that's all. This is the only kind of input we need for this camera. I find quite weird. Yeah, that's working spot on. So we need to... Next episode is going to be day and night. Because that's night. That is definitely nighttime. You can see that our light is acting more like a street light than it is... it's right over the centre. If I go to the centre, you'll see it becomes slightly brighter. And you can also see that getting that rounding there means, yeah, it's not working the way I intended. To do with the background, the sky colour. Sky colour is night. If you check resources, GLSL, and you look under, well, we're using a texture one for this anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Frag, we have a sky colour. And we set the sky colour to be the background colour, so the fog would match. Unfortunately, that's nighttime. And there it is. We mix the sky colour in, everything goes dark. If we make that into a proper variable, which we haven't done, by the way, we've nowhere near completed the renderer. So if we make that into a variable within the renderer, not the wenderer, the renderer, then we should be okay. So if we have a look at our OpenGL batch renderer here, that is the clear colour, the background colour. As you can see, it's not very much. That dark colour. Well, down here in our batch renderer, we are using that dark colour for our sky colour. So that's add, that's add. There's a clear colour. Light camera perspective. Where are we adding the sky colour? I've forgotten now. And it's down, 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 down. It's all in here. There it is. Sky colour. Exactly the same numbers as the background colour. So that needs to be passed in as a variable. We need a Q vector 3D sky colour adding to this. Well, I'm going to call it the game state, but well, yeah, it's the state of our world. At the moment, that's nighttime. If we put the sky colour up to 0.8, 0.8, 0.8, everything will just suddenly go pa-ting bright. And we can lower our sun back down to 0.8, 0.8, 0.8 to match. In fact, that should match the light colour. Really? So should the background. We could use that. As an interim. Might work well enough that when we turn the light off, it goes dark. That could work. So that would be M_light. Color. That seems reasonable to me. I've only done it on the texture though, haven't I? Not on the other ones yet. Well, we'll check it on the texture and then we can alter the other one. Wow! That's saturation. Told you to make a difference. But now you can see the whole thing. That's wow saturation. Let's put it down to 0.5. Let's half that. Bit too much white. Bit too much brightness going on. So we can control that now through here. With our light. So I'll go for 0.5. With light, always go to half of whatever you thought it would or supposed to be. Because it's not added, it's mixed by the graphics card, not done by us. Interesting result though. I told you there was saturation on that renderer. That's better. Can't see the damn texture though. Okay. %. You can see any colours at that point. I can start seeing the texture at 0.5. No, it's saturating the texture out, which is a damn nuisance. So no, we can't do it that way. It does have to be a small. I can still see the texture, but it's saturating it out with the mix. That's a shame. It needs a factoring. Yes, it needs factoring. So I'll put these back to 0.8. Alright, so that didn't work as we would want it to. Fair enough. Let's times it by 0.5f. Maybe we only need half the sky colour. See the texture coming through now. Yeah. That's better. But yeah, that sky colour has to be really, really dark. Interesting. That's becoming ambient at this point. Yeah, so we should be back to where we started nearly. Yeah, that's right. Looks a bit weird. I've got some mixing issues there. I'll think on that one. Because that's a lighting issue, but that's going way down. And the reason we set it so low was because of the fog effect. Interesting. Does anybody know what those numbers were? 125. What? 0.1, 0.2, 0.5. That was really low. Yeah. What's wrong with the QVEC toe? Right, I'll just put that back for now. We might need to use more direct light. Yeah. Because that's the correct colouring. And the correct lighting effect. But only when used with fog. Interesting. Oh, we get to play with light. I do like the way... Yeah, I'm still liking the way it's working, but it's just not bright enough. Maybe I should just put the brightness up on my TV. No, that's gamma. Interesting. Yeah, I like what we've got. That's a good start. Right, we're gonna shut it down now because one of my cats is crying for food, and the other two are, well, one's looking at me saying and the other one's just asleep. So I'm gonna go and feed the cats. Tomorrow we'll do a bit of lighting on this. No idea because I don't prepare these. I just write them. So you see exactly my thoughts as I go through. Game engine from scratch. Game engine. We could think of it that way, but no, it's not a game engine. I'm making a 3D network. There is going to be a game available on that network. Yeah. But no, I'm making a 3D network. This is one of the tiles I need for building like websites and stuff. So, yeah. World Builder will be used to build websites. and you will be able to go and visit your favourite websites. But I'm not very good with models, so they might be very basic models to start off with, so you'll have to forgive me on that. We'll see. I'm not a 3D model artist, I'm just a programmer. A simple programmer. But yeah, I'm happy with that so far. We'll stop there. So, if you want to support Amberskies, feel free to do so. Or just do the things that YouTube people do, or YouTube viewers normally do. I don't know what they are, but have fun doing it. But in reality, stay safe and make sure you're careful out there. It's a bit tricky. So, take care, and I will catch you on... Well, it's Saturday, isn't it? So it'll be next Tuesday. I'm back here. Tomorrow I will be on Twitch with my Sunday sailing, a bit of relaxation, and I might just pirate a few things, but hey, shh, don't tell anybody. Take care, peeps. Stay safe.